good morning. It's 8 o'clock, 27 March 2025. This is my virtual trading journal. I want to be sure that these it seems like everything's okay. I was worried about my volumes on the mixer. A dusting episode yesterday, I noticed they had all been changed. Sounds okay to me though, so I'm gonna go with okay. All right. So this is my virtual trading journal, and the idea here is that I see what I'm looking at, obviously, by the video, and I hear what I'm planning to trade. Where did it go? There we go. With my voiceover or my narrative, so that I have insight as to what I was thinking. I stream it to YouTube because that enables me to, first of all, review it on any device, and second of all, I'm able to, or it provides, I should say, accountability and transparency, because you can run, but you can't hide. Everything's right in front of you on the screen. And I take no trades off the stream. And that is why the stream lasts so long, and probably actually hurts the stream in a sense, because I think that, I don't think YouTube does much for promoting these long kinds of streams, but then that's a shame, but that's the way it is, I guess. So there's no financial advice or trade advice. This is my personal virtual trading journal, which I share openly. There's also a big delay on YouTube, so it would probably be not very, wouldn't work out well if you tried to copy trades when I start making more of them again. Yeah, so that's that. We had some numbers out this morning, getting on with the normal course of events here today. Oop, God damn, I keep doing that. We had continuing jobless claims, GDP, and initial jobless claims all at 7:30. And you can see that bump up. Then we have pending home sales, which I would have thought was more of a market mover, but maybe not. And the 7-year bond or note auction at 12, and then 15:30, which is after the cash closes, the Fed balance sheet, as you see here on the deal. I guess I could. I keep forgetting that I've changed my configuration here. I can actually, these are actually the numbers. You can see where they came in. Oh, good trade balance is way off. Holy shit. Wow. That's a big number. Look at this. Expected minus 134.6, and we got 147. I guess those tariffs and all this uncertainty is working out really good. Jobless claims are down 100,000, and the GDP is up 0.1%. So there you go. I keep forgetting I can have the live markets over here now, or reports over here now. All right, well, there you go. So what has happened overnight? Well, here is overnight. We are 100% pretty much long. Here's our open, gap down. Here's our close, gap down for the open. Traded back up to that close, not surprising. And then traded up to the this low volume node here across the top of this lower distribution from yesterday. The overnight trade is pretty much balanced if you look at it. There's a bit of a tail over here, but otherwise it's fairly Gaussian. I would, as always, I would suspect some profit taking. Not much of a big, huge story with London Open, so that seems to be kind of winding down with, once we got past the rollover and all that noise. Anyway, this is, trade what you see, not what you think. That's the key to the whole damn thing. Oh, that's the wrong one. I'm sorry. That's the micros. Here you go. These are the minis. Same story basically, but we're now right around the previous close. So whether we're at what open type we have at this moment, that's up to, we'll have to look at that in a minute. So this is the Renko ES NQ market profile ES. You see what a big extravaganza yesterday was. Didn't close the gap, but got close. Got over halfway. This was the gap from Friday to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, yeah. And then this is the micro composite. Now, this is 100% subjective, how you do these. I draw a volume profile around bars where price overlaps in body. This is a RTH session, daily bars. Yesterday, with this big move down, I had not moved the volume or the micro composite anywhere until I saw what happened with this island top and this goofiness up here from yesterday, day before yesterday. But with the big sell-off yesterday, incorporating all of this data, this trade, I drew the new volume profile or micro composite here, which gives me a micro composite VPOC and a high and a low, and these high and low volume nodes. These red and green lines are the high and low volume nodes based on the micro composite volume profile, and they are pushed automatically to Bookmap, as are the session prices from up here on the Renko. All right. Coming back to Bookmap now. This is the area, this is the micro composite chart where I manually enter the micro composite high and low and gap and all those things. And also naked volume points of control, historic naked volume points of control. These are the high and low volume nodes from IRT. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night, and which will continue through 1600 today. Not the ETH, it's the full session or the GlobeX. That's important. This is the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. The chart volume profile, which I'm still not convinced is handy, that just plots whatever you see on the chart. So I roll it out, it's down here. I bring it in, it's way up there. That's how it works. I'm not sure of the benefit of that, to be honest with you. This column is important for me. This is my notes column and where I enter the statistics associated with the price levels as determined by the open type. I always change the title of this column to the open type for the current upcoming RTH session so that when I look back in a snap, I can instantly tell a lot of data from looking at that. And how do you determine the open type? Real simple. Where we open today in the RTH, and I would suspect it will be somewhere down here in the 50s. Okay. As that relates to the previous RTH close and the previous RTH range, which is here, Here's the low and the highs up above us. Right. Wow. Oh yeah, it was a big range today, so it's going to be way the hell up here. I'm not going to do that. Really, again, it's where we opened today compared to yesterday's RTH close and yesterday's RTH range. That's all there is to it. Right now, we are lower than the close and within range. So I'm expecting lower in range open type, as was the case yesterday. Then we have the session prices and we have the charts and how these are plotted. There's no indicators on my charts or my book map. There is a POC for the full RTH session, a POC for the full session, which is a little darker, more muted yellow. There's an VWAP for the Globex and a VWAP for the RTH, and there's a mid for the RTH. There's also an IB high and low, which I'm not sure I can find easily. There we go. There's an IB low, which is nothing more than the high or low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all that is. Those levels are. And they are called the IB from the old market profile initial balance. So there you go. This is the mid for the RTH, and this is the RTH, and this is the RTH VWAP. There are no other indicators or prices, and none of these things are mysterious. You know, IB, high and low of the first 1 hour. Mid, pretty obvious. VWAP, volume weighted average price, one for each. POC is nothing other than the marker for the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's all. And the minute, right now we're at 24.99 or 98. The minute one of these says, oh, I'm sorry, we're at 30.45, 38, whatever it is, 30, probably 38.99. The minute one of these says 38 or 3,900, one contract more than this number, that yellow line's going to move there. That's all there is to it. Real simple. All right, for the statistics now, how do you do that? Well, we jump back over here and we go to this study right here, which is determines the statistics based on the open type. Remember, there's only two criteria to establish the open type, and those are the only criteria that the study uses to calculate these statistics. Coincidentally, yesterday we opened lower in range, and wherever we open, whichever open type is accurate for that RTH session, IRT highlights it. In this case, it's always highlighted in blue, and in this case, because it was the same as yesterday, it's highlighted already. The study's real simple. Looks back at 2003 days. Of these 2003 days, we opened lower in range 592 of them. Of these lower in range days, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 84.0% of the time. So we jump back over here to Bookmap and we go to the overnight volume point of control and we go 84.0. And we go, yep, and that's it. That's all there is to it. Typically, the next highest probability is the mid, which is the overnight mid, which is 82.9. And when we're close like this, I kind of hesitate putting in a whole lot of statistics because this price, we've got 15 minutes, basically 16. This price may jump up above the close. That would change this to higher in range. It isn't a big difference, but I try to be as accurate as I can. Let's look at the overnight low. No, the previous close is 72.8. I'm trying to just go down the list in terms of probability. IB high, 71.1. Well, that's so far above us, I'm not going to spend the time to go up there and enter the statistic. The previous mid, that's another one I'm not going to jump to. Previous low is, well, the value area high is 55.9. And again, that's way above us. Previous low is something. $51.9. Whoa. I don't think 589% is gonna work out very well. What else we got here? Overnight high is 51%. Okay, now we're gonna have to go up here, I guess. Okay. RTH mid, that's one that I don't ever plot generally, but it's fairly up the scale here. It's 59.3%. So let's plop that in there for the fun of it. All right. So there's how you do the statistics, and I didn't get that one right. There's how you do the statistics. There's how we do the pre-market. Talked about the levels. The next thing that's pretty important is being able to trade with Bookmap. And in order to do that, the first thing you have to do, no matter how you interact with the, whether you use multi-brackets or whatever you do, you've got to turn on or activate the trade control panel. Do that by clicking this padlock. Now you select which method you want to interact with the application to add, remove, manipulate orders, targets, stops with the mouse. You use the chart. This active data column is activated, and it's the only place you can use the mouse. If you use the DOM, it's only the DOM column that's activated. If you use both, guess what? Double jeopardy, you get them both. Typically, now, I have my keyboard set up with hotkeys, and it's live in either selection. Typically, I initiate trades with my keyboard, and I manipulate them with the mouse on the DOM, because more than once, including just a week or so ago, after I've been practicing this, I made an unforced error over here by accidentally clicking on the wrong side of this line and had an order resting there, which I, canceled, but not until it had been filled and went against me 18 ticks. So that's why I had moved only to the DOM, figuring that I would have a lot less forced error if this is the only place I can manipulate the orders. But I think that it's much quicker for order entry, which is important, to use the active column and the mouse. Now, I could be using the mouse over here, but when my eyes are focused here, I'm not seeing the chart and the relationship. So that's something that I'm trying to work out in my practice and my study time after, away from the live market. Moving on to that, you'll notice that there's no contract size here. Now, if you're not using multi-brackets, you can set up your own brackets down here. You can put in whatever contract size you want, however you want to do it. I use the multi-brackets here, and I use a risk neutral package, and that the key requirement is it has to be, this is the basic risk neutral package. It has to be even number of contracts. So what you do is you determine where you want your stop to be from back testing, and it's that stop size is for the entire package. Then the first risk neutral scale is for the same ticks as the stop size in the positive and for half of the package. So if it's 2 contracts, 12 tick stop loss, The first take profit target is positive 12 ticks for half of the package, one contract. Then you have a runner. A 4 lot, 4 contracts, all up with a 12 tick stop. Half the package, 2 contracts, 12 tick positive. Then you have 2 runners. It's just simple, but it makes a lot of difference. Once you've achieved this risk neutral scale, the worst you can do with this trade is scratch. And I think that's a good thing. Now you'll notice that I have 2 contracts queued up here to trade with the dome or my keyboard. And what I tend to do now is click this again. You'll notice it stays green and the padlock stays open because we've selected a way to interact. And that gives me the real estate back, and I don't trade the P&L. Now, notice this. This is the previous RTH low. If this keeps going down here before we open, we're going to be opening lower out of range. And that is a big difference. For example, this is the, here is lower in range, lower out of range. Here's the overnight POC. It's 84.0. What is it? 84.0% for the POC, and over here it's 83.6. Wow, not much of a difference. Okay, great. Never mind. What else have I got going on here? This is the snap I do for the TLab every day, and I've taken to updating the data just before I make it because several people were squawking about things being wrong, and that's perfectly fine for them to do. The reason I started doing this snap long ago was I noticed a lot of chat talk about what was the POC, what was the POC, what was the POC, what was the POC. So I thought, well, if they have all these numbers, because they obviously didn't have, their charting didn't provide that for whatever reason. If these numbers were available, it would help people and it would declog the chat just a bit at the Traders Lab. So that's why I did that. And I've done it for a long time now. And I also post the numbers and reports for the day every morning at 6, and I do this TLab snap every day at 8:20, and now I'm 8:23 here. So this there we go. Download queue is getting clogged up. There we go. And I'll tell you what the TLab is here as quick as I do that. Ah, damn it. Okay. I'm not doing very good today here. I'm fumbling and fussing around and whatever else. I don't multitask well, and so that's one of the reasons that I've done this, the stream this way as my virtual journal. This way I don't have to be doing screen snapping and typing and all that kind of stuff at the same time. Yeah, I see. So the TLab is a virtual, a bookmap Discord chat room, which was started by a guy named Tom B, and which is still run by him. And it's completely free. You don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap to go there, take advantage of all of it, take advantage of all the resources that he's got pinned up to the top there, or Ned has, who takes care of a lot of that. Real good guy. I stuck around there because when I first got there, started listening to it, I was impressed with the fact that absolutely nothing was for sale, And I can only say that and recommend the Traders Lab within the Bookmap Discord server, because I haven't certainly listened to any of the other, and there's a lot of presenters there, except two. And both of them were typical internet bullshit right from the start. About the third word out of their mouths were, that indicator is available on my website. I offer, real expensive private mentoring, whatever. And I just left, and that's fine. That's their shtick and their scam. And that's, I guess, how they make money. But Tom does not do that. Nobody there solicits you for anything, including Bookmap, for subscriptions to Bookmap, which is, pretty amazing. So that's the Traders Lab. And obviously, Bookmap wants you to subscribe. It's a marketing tool, right? That's why, they want the presenters to show how great Bookmap works. God damn it! Now we're going to be lower out of range. We're opening in 2 minutes, so unless something magic happens here, this is going to change to lower out of range, which I'll do sooner or later, and I'll change these statistics around. If they were nice to me, they'd jump up here over the top. When it's right around the cusp like this, it's just it's like splitting hairs, as I said. So we'll see where they open it. Once they open, I'll start flagging the migrating volume points of control. Oh, they're going to get serious about it now. And there's that overnight low, which I didn't look at yet. So we're going to be opening lower out of range. The overnight low is 69%. So I'll put that down here. And I will start changing the others around. Or are they going to take it back up in the next 3 minutes? Previous low, 67.9%. I'll just kind of go up the chain here. The overnight mid, 68.3. Wow, that's a big difference, huh? Did you see that? Wow, that's a big difference. From 83 to 68.3. That is a big difference. Now, the sons of bitches turn around and get this higher in range. I'm going to stop right now. If they trade this back up, then those statistics change, and I'm not going to do this twice. So we'll see. I'll just stand by and wait. Okay, that's fun. What else am I doing? What did I forget? I've done the TLab. I've done we're trading. We're on. It's on the dome only. It's a 2-lot package. It is risk neutral. This is the ES. I will likely switch to and probably trade the mini going forward today. We'll see how the open is. I was within a couple $100 of a milestone at the end of last month, and have, very methodically had an error, unforced error, and 2 stops in the middle of the time. So I have to just start trading more and pay more attention to be more focused on the trading and my setups rather than talking, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, morning, Antonio. I'm assuming that's you. Yep, that is you. And down comes the volume point of control, and we are open. And we open lower out of range. So thank you very much by a tick. And there's the first flag. Boom, boom. Well, there's not a lot of that volume left to take here. That's my theory about responsive selling to take some profit may not have been particularly valid. Let's see what they're over in the. Now we do have a confirmed lower out of range, and that means that the overnight is 83.3. Funny that the mid changed so much, isn't it? Huh. What else we got? What was this? Previous close. 44.1%. Jesus, that's a hell of a drop. From 72 to 44.1. Remember, these are just statistics based on a look back. And what's that famous saying? Let's all say it together. Past performance is not indicative of future results, baby. And that is about one of the most important statements anybody will say to you. And a lot of traders just blow it off. Wrongly so. Overnight high is 34.7. So that's a big drop too. Yeah, so there we go. Well, we got our stats back, sort of. Nothing's going on times 3 over here, looks like. They went up, they went down. They're doing something else. I don't know what. Yeah, this is a chop fest. Rama, look at this. What an open. Holy crap. And remember that this is a pretty small range here. 38 to 46. 8-point range. Wow, here comes the sell-off. I guess my responsive selling was a viable idea. And now I need to change over my IRT to full session or day session. This tight price action and range, obviously it did what I was anticipating, which is some responsive selling to take profit from the long inventory overnight. And yesterday, if you remember, this is also, well, where am I? Okay. This is also continuation selling right here. And we've got this gap down here that everybody on the freaking planet has been watching. So I would say that that's probably going to be on the cards today. Do I want to slap into that? Well, that should have happened up here somewhere on this little bit of a pullback. But yeah, I would like to target that down there and pull out, 10 handles or something. That'd be great. Ooh, VPOC migration lower. That thing has killed me. That's where I took those 2 stops right there on that damn setup. Now in this case, with the low below us and continuing selling down, I suppose it's going to work. What I would want to see it do is come back up here for a bit of a test, however. Rather than, you see, if you got into that, now you're stopped. And you're pretty disappointed about life. That breakout, the late entry is a big problem. That's why I've been trying to focus on using the mouse or, doing something with the mouse. Wow. Higher highs, higher lows, and higher highs. Not a good sign, is it? We do have the mid and VWAP just up here above us. We're on a dollar spread on the scale here. So 3 of these ticks is a stop or a take, risk neutral. And we're 6 minutes in the market. I'd really like to take this short towards that gap close, but I keep having that thought too late. Too damn late. I'm going to take a break.
Order submitted.
Which is against my trade plan, but I am, and this is could well be a stop, but I want to target that damn thing. And I'm going to do the quintessential bad thing here. And now, whoops. I was going to trail that up real quick, and I should have probably done that. Boy, that's irritating.
Order submitted.
I'm definitely going to risk manage this thing. Tight as hell. Okay, so I'm out for too close a stop there, but I'm paranoid about taking another stop. Should have been in a, I should have been in a micro, probably. I never do that until I've taken this first scale, but I'm not going to just sit here like a bird on a wire and keep having these blow back in my face at this point. What is that? Now we're down. What's going on here? Oh, that was only one stop. I only took off one contract. So that's not good. Now, Let's see if we get this down there. That's a problem with using the dome columns here instead of the mouse, you can grab this thing and take them both down at once. Boy, they do not want to take out that low, do they? Well, there's a good sign, but well, it may or may not be a good sign. Typically, it is not a good sign because that happens. I will now take this
Order
down
submitted.
and start managing the trade. Take this down
Order
just ahead of this
submitted.
liquidity and start managing this trade in that direction. Assuming that we're going to close that gap and there'll be something down there. God damn, why did it keep doing that? There's the gap close. You would have thought some stops were down there, wouldn't you? I'm a little bit hesitant about that liquidity sitting right down there. And I'm not letting this come back in my face, that's for damn sure.
Order
So there's a real
submitted.
poor trade management at that point. Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's early on, and this is not a disaster, and it is an E-mini, so we'll see what happens here. I'm just worried
Order
about that
submitted.
liquidity right there. Look at that, huh?
Order submitted.
Yeah. Well, at least there's something happening here. I can't even find the damn mouse now. There we go. All right, took the stop out. $12.50. Well, that's pretty piss poor. And we were up $250. See what happened? How quickly that can change with these size, and it's going to go down now and take the stop. Absolutely. What is this? Oh. Well, that's pretty pathetic trade management, but on the other hand, I'd rather be up at $12.50 than down 300. Surprising that there wasn't more action below that, and really disappointing that I got greedy right here and didn't just have that taken out below the low there. Now we're up here to the VWAP. I don't find these trade. This is coming back to that VPOC migration trade here, which is not anything I'm very good at, needless to say. So that's kind of management, I guess. Not very well, but kind of. Had I left this alone, and not trailed so tightly, it never did get to my stop notice until now. Never got to my stop, would have taken out my first runner, wouldn't have gotten to my second runner. So would I have trade managed up to break even on, or to entry or break even? Well, had I left everything alone, I would have scratched on this stop out, if you understand that. Because here's the entry. Had I left both alone, the stop would have been taken out right here. The first profit target would have been hit here. That means now at this scratch, at this stop loss, you're at a scratch. So this would have been a scratch, which is essentially what I ended up with after all this messing around. Or once this, which is a part of my trade plan I've been thinking about at nights, is so once I've achieved my first profit target, do I bring the scale up to entry? In that case, then you've locked in that 150 no matter what. And that would have been taken out right here. And it wouldn't have gotten to the target. So instead of having scratch, which I basically ended up with, I would have $150. Had I not been greedy right here and managed the way I did, I would have been at 200 and whatever that turned out to be down there before I moved this down. Should have just left that alone. What a dillweed. Anyway, hindsight, right? Next, on to the next one. Okay. Minus whatever. I'm trying to get all this crap figured out. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I'm certainly not happy about that, but so now I'm in the quandary of deciding, do I continue with the minis? That would have made me quite happy right there. That would have negated the hitting this target would have negated the forced error. And should I have been considering a long, which in this market, I don't think I would. I mean, why would you be looking for longs here? Here's today. There's yesterday. You know, they did close this gap, so that's great for them. Yeah. And of course, had you taken a long off the bottom, you're up 15, 16 handles without any heat. How do you know that? I don't know. You don't, basically. It wasn't a V bottom. It wasn't a higher low, you know. So we're 26-point range so far on the morning. We closed out this gap. So we've taken out the gap low and the gap high. So that's my work plan is once that's happened, when those things are no longer relevant or current, I change the text to black, meaning that's what happened. Where did the gap high go? I don't even remember. Oh, it's way the hell up here. So yeah, everybody was laughing about, everybody says we're going to take and close the gap. Yeah, ha, ha, ha. Well, yeah, guess what we just did? Close the gap. And I am disappointed. Oh, yeah, that's something I got to do. Remember to take a screen snap here. I always forget to do that. Whoops, got to do this too. Forget all this stuff. All right. I keep these in my for my journal ideas. There we go. Oh wait, I didn't change this. Lower out of range, right? Yep. Okay, so that's no good. Do that again. Do that again. Pretty pathetic. $12.50. Well, on the minis or the micros, that'd be $1.25. I guess I'm 10 times better than that. Ridiculous. All right. Actually, that was pretty much fear-driven trade management there. Not good, but I feel, I'd rather have $12 profit than $300 loss. What can I say? Well, they got that gap closed, and now they're going to take it out the top, I guess. At least for a wick test on yesterday. It seems pretty. Oh, and here we come to that overnight volume point of control. Bam! There we are. Funny how that happens, isn't it? Yeah, pretty crazy. And so the trade of the day was the long off the bottom, off the gap close. Obviously, rear view mirror trading is so easy and so clear. And had I not, if while we're at it, had I not moved this, I'd have had a couple $100 instead of $12. All those things. I used to be very rigid about never touching anything, but been giving it a lot of thought, talking to people in static and whatnot, and I'm just sick and tired of sitting there letting it blow back in your face, just fly back in your face. That's just, to me, sounds stupid. I don't see any problem with taking profits or locking them in for the sake of, I never moved my stop. Well, you should never move your stop away from entry. That's absolutely the case, and I would never consider doing that. But to trail your stop up or bring it to break even or whatever else, people laugh and say that's something you shouldn't do. But why? What I've not ever seen anybody show me are their statistics that indicate why that's a bad idea. I've never seen somebody say, okay, in this specific context with these specific criteria on a whatever, pick a trade name, XYZ trade. That's the reason you need to have a good, efficient backtesting facility or capability so that you can do what ifs. I've talked about that before. What if you don't move? What if you bring your stop to break even after your first profit target? How does it look backtesting over that same data set? Now you leave your stop alone. How does it look? What happens if you use a 12, instead of a 12 tick stop, you use a 16 tick stop and risk neutral target? You know what I mean? That's the kind of stuff that I don't have the facility to do at this point, to do all those what if tests. And that's what I believe is really the key to identifying the proper setup criteria and essentially trade plan or trade management plan for those different setups. And I just don't know what to do, frankly. I don't know how to do it. I'm struggling with Python. Didn't work out really at all because of what I said. The backtesting stuff, like backtesting.py and those kind of things don't work with futures. So that's useless as far as I'm concerned. And then I can't get IRT to work right. And Quant Connect, I haven't been able to find anybody to help or do it. So, damned if you do and damned if you don't. But that's disappointing, but that's where I'm at. Approaching this as a statistical business and all this stuff. Well, there's the wick test and then some. Coming up to settle in the previous naked volume point of control here. Remember that this, I set this every night. This is the position of the POC, the RPOC, this guy right here, when we close the market last night, yesterday afternoon at 1600. So this is officially the most recent naked volume point of control for a regular trading session. Now it has been revisited, so it is no longer the case. And settlement, both bang on the nose. Open interest seems to be staying the same, or 0.02% down on both mini and micro. NASDAQ is 0.15% down. They just changed, of course, but well, it's disappointing, but I feel better anyway. I mean, yeah. Now, in the real world, that would not even, well, it would just pay for the commissions. No, it wouldn't. It'd be $4 loss because commissions are $4.36. Per round turn. So 4 times 5 is 20. So, it's like $10 in the hole. In the hole. This is not a place to short. I've got a big tall wick up there on the top on a candle. Not on the Rinko, but 5-minute candle got a big old thing up there. 55 to 60. See, now here's where you got to start being careful. This is 5 points. Try to get this down to make some sense of it here. That's a pretty perfect wick test there if they're going to. Yeah, that's the previous close right there. Huh. I have no idea what what I think they're going to do here. Essentially, now I'll be waiting for the see how the IB trades come about. See what the big shots are doing over in Static here, maybe. Oops, that's not the right one. I don't want that. I want this one. That last test down here, just to the VWAP, Globex VWAP. I don't know why that's showing up over here. Hmm. Why isn't the VWAP resetting? I don't get that. And here we are, some more. Up now. It's down, it's up. It's a twister. And in this case, the VPOC migration seems to be working out well. I don't know why I can't ever get on the right side of them, but I've talked about that enough in here. I'm tired of talking about it. My concept now is just to stay the hell away from it. And there's 10 handles, you know. I mean, this test down here, anywhere down here around this Globex VWAP you got long, you got 10 handles in it, or close. Yep, there you are, exactly 10. And no heat. So, go figure. Do you take the breakout? What would be the up target? I don't guess there is one. Other than squeeze it out the shorts from yesterday. Maybe that would be considered something like that. I don't know. Got no idea. Well, we're getting close to that IB 30 and 60. Actually, we just put in an IB 30. For the sake of explanation, that is the IB statistic. Again, IB being just the high and low of the first 1 hour. Over 97% probability in all 4 open types that either the IB high or the IB low is exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH trading session. Hard stat to trade, in my opinion, because you don't know if it's the high or the low, if it's now, if it's right at 9:30, if it's millisecond before 1600, whatever. Anyway, Rod at in the TLab and Static has calculated out that there's also a statistic which they refer to as the IB30. Around 89%, if I remember right, of the time, of the days, irregardless of open type, the high of the first 30 minutes or low of the first 30 minutes is exceeded by price in the second 30 minutes. So they refer to that as the IB30, and the old-fashioned one, which we'll set at the bottom of this hour, as the IB60. And there you go. Yeah, I'm disappointed, boy. Had I gotten on the right side of that, I didn't even consider a long down here. How dumb is that? I mean, I was focused on getting this gap fill and the short, which is typically my go-to trade. And I've got to change that. And look at here. Across the entire range, right? And then you start getting those FOMO gnawings in the back of your brain. And I don't know why. Bookmap has not migrated up here yet. It has very definitely happened in, let me see something here. Did I miss it? No. There's another VPOC migration in Bookmap, in IRT anyway. Pretty clear right here, up and there. I've got it on minis. I've got it on RTH session. That's pretty weird. Let's see, that was 9. What's this over here? At about 9:10. Oh, it missed this one. So IRT didn't pick up this one right here. There's one up here. And now this one up here, but they missed that. One of the problems I've discovered with the differences between IRT and Bookmap is the fact that IRT is using Rinkos and it doesn't update those or redraw those various levels or indicators like the VPOC until a Rinko has closed. And as Rinkos by definition are 6-tick Renko, it could be at 2.5 days if it didn't trade 6 ticks in 2.5 days, That's how that goes. And there's another IB30, and here was another VPOC migration positive, 7 to 63. So that would have been six handles, which would have scaled, but not profit target. And do you do this looking for the IB high? Every time I try that, I get spanked. I don't think I will. And we've we've talked about how frustrating it is before in here, Antonio and I am. And there you go. What was so magical about this level? And why was it so magical to get up here? There's liquidity laying there since here. Okay. But what did that mean over here? Well, it was essentially just the top of this bottom distribution here. See? There we are. There we are. Pretty much the top of that distribution. And that's, I don't see any other reason for that than that. Let me put it that way. What's up? You gonna sing for Dad? Huh? Opera Kitty? Yeah. Okay. My opera star cat has decided to come in and bless me with a morning song, which I think loosely translates to, "Hey, dummy, come feed me." Well, overnight volume point of control means I don't know what. I have to remember that a lot of this trading at these levels and at this granularity is just noise. Certainly have no structured trade or any illusion that I would be able to trade this kind of a chop fest. We have 4 minutes to the IB statistic. At which time I'll start looking around here. Stalking a trade. Well, I'm guessing that somebody tweeted something. And there's the IB statistic right on the minute. That's pretty funny. So, are we going to have an IB continuation here? Or what? We're a long way from outside of yesterday's range. We haven't tested up any appreciable amount. And we're coming right into that ETH high, which is the low volume node from yesterday. Oh yeah, look at there. Amazing. Looks like we had another VPOC migration higher while I was away from the desk. Or a down and an up, I guess. I don't know where this one went. I must have just got it at the wrong spot. I mean, it'd be great to take these breakouts, and I don't know what to do. Well, they're sure waffling around this IB high a lot. Got a lot of liquidity sitting up here at these levels around the 69s, but why? I mean, and are they real? That's, of course, always the question. Or is this, Alice in Wonderland? But that's been there for a long time. That's been sitting there since, well, now it seems to have lifted up to 70. And that 70's been sitting out there since 9 o'clock. No idea what to think here. Obviously, the VPOC migration is working out good. Never does for me, for whatever reason. But But anyway, here we are. So we got basically one scratch due to a mismanagement. Well, I don't know, but mismanagement, I guess, or greed. Less than a better choice in trade management, put it that way. Moving my stop down a tick, and then it came to within a tick of, I mean, my target, moving it down a tick, and it came within a tick. So irritating. But that's the situation in a random environment with a random distribution of outcomes. Sure are testing this IB high a lot. One, two, three, 4, 5. And that would have been the scale. No, yeah, would have been the scale. I'm assuming they're going to take that IB high or that overnight high out. That being the extremely low volume node in there it goes. In yesterday's profile. Oop. There you have it. There you have it. %34 statistic. So the IB statistic is done and dusted. We obviously ended up on an IB continuation trade, which I am not with, unfortunately. And there's 10 points. And I fiddle fuss around and end up with a tick. Jesus. Gee whiz. And I don't know what the difference is between when I'm doing my homework, replay trading, over some market that there's no possible way I have any idea what happened. You know, back months ago, I don't remember what happened to the market, what it did specifically Monday, let alone 4 months ago or 3. And when I trade like that IB high or whatever else, and just, I win all the time, consistently. I don't know the difference. Fear? I don't know. Some sort of additional pressure here? Got no idea, but I got to figure it out and get past it because this is getting serious now for me, personally. Is this a bar trade? Consolidation, breakout? No, I'm just joking. I don't know what the hell that is. Got all these little distributions here going up. We're now into the second distribution off the, or no, I guess the third distribution off the bottom from yesterday. There was the first, here was the big second. We just pulled through this low volume area and we're up here now. Right here, see, we're trading right there. Boom. Well, we're only two brackets in. The second bracket hasn't closed yet. Yeah, the second bracket has closed on the market profile. They're 30-minute brackets. Not exactly ripping anybody's face off once we got over that overnight high. 4 handles. This is as much as we've been able to get out of this consolidation here. Now, it could be a perspective thing, but the top of this profile is really flat. Typically, that doesn't live long. They indicates an unfinished auction. They haven't gone up there and explored, what's up. This gap high from the 24th was taken out yesterday by price. I'd say this consolidation getting tighter and tighter, and that's, doesn't make anybody too warm and fuzzy. Why was that doing that? Got the VWAP quite a long ways below us. POC's down there around the 57s. Got a big consolidation going on here. At the top of the range. Top of everything. Looks like we got another trendy kind of day going on. And that's annoying. Hey, baby. All right. Well, back into the office here, and my risk trade plan says don't start whipping and spurring. Get up to speed, and I just pegged this VPOC migration. And here we have a sell off back down to the ETH high. Is that going to be a bounce? Is it going to fall out of bed back to the IB high? 66 to 78. Well, there's the 10-point story. No, we haven't migrated outside of, that'll be forever. We'll never do that. And of course, once I've sworn off VPOC migrations in a live market, the last two have worked sweet. And this one, at least there was a clear level here. The overnight high, I guess you could say. And it's working out Jim Dandy. Sort of. Or maybe not Jim Dandy, but his brother, Bob Dandy, or somebody. Six handles, very definitely scaled. Looking for higher ground. This developing value area high right up here at the top is suspicious, right? There's no excess. Well, we have essentially wick tested up to the this gap high, right here. So we've taken transversed that gap pretty much both directions, except for 3 handles or 2.5. And not to have no clue what the hell that means, but just an observation. have to believe we're going to take out these highs at some point today because of the wonderful things it does. Because we've got like a base, essentially a triple or quadruple, or actually, Jesus, more than that if you look at it. We got a lot of tops going on up here. If you talk about this range, you know, you would think we're going to take that out and put some taper up there. Over here on the flat it is, right at the top of that distribution. Every time they do this and pull it back, and countless retail guys and weaker hands pile in short, right? Thinking they're gonna get the big drop. So what they're doing is just building fuel up here, building stops, and we've now got 310 and 400. And well, a minute ago, just while I was standing there, it clicked to 4 something, and now it's back to 330. Liquidity. This crap is this algo thing, I think, but the bracketing algo. But this is liquidity that's actually been in there and been sitting there a while. So I would think that it's probably going to be relatively. Look at that noise. Ugh. Banging around up here a lot, huh? Something's going to happen up here. That's for sure. They're winding it up, baby. This 5-point range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's a lot of hits. A lot of hits at the top of that, top or near the top of that distribution, or that fractal. Now what are we going to do? Pop out? Wait a minute. There's somebody I keep forgetting about. Ah, shit. I don't want to do that. I want to do that. Well, the home sales were at 9. Well, forecast 0.9 and they came in at 2.0. That's one hell of a jump. That's pretty surprising. Next thing we got on the docket here is the node auction at noon. So basically nothing left. Oh, sorry, I didn't. I'm busy. What I was looking at was this. This is pretty phenomenal here. Pending home sales. This is 9 and 2 points. That's one hell of from -4 previous. Wow, that's a lot. Again with the test. Just peaked above and didn't get there. Wonder if that basically 600 or 700 contracts here in these two these two liquidity levels were any kind of true. This one hasn't gone anywhere for a long time. A minute ago there was this algo boy was up there and he's back. Huh. Excuse me. Well, now both full session and RTH session V POCs are aligned. Just came up here and did that. Not that that means anything or has some great historical significance that I've identified, but it's just an observation. So what the hell are they doing? What'd you guess? Incidentally, this is pretty much right at the top of that long of this micro composite that went on for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10 days here. And we're right where the crossover happened. Right here. I have no idea if that means anything. Again, just an observation. Just an observation. Well, I guess Mr. Tom is getting ready for his stream. Hope that's working out. I saw something about the stream may not work because of something in Costa Rica. I don't remember what that was. I haven't looked at that for a long time since I started doing this. I can't focus on that many things at once. And I've got to go to get some historical data. I had the unpleasant discovery yesterday that the historical data in my Wells Fargo bank only goes back a year and a half, or at the most 2 years. And I need to look up some stuff that was paid for when we relocated back here from Kuala Lumpur, so I can backclaim that against Icon. And what I ended up discovering is that from a guy last night on the phone, I need to go into a local branch and they can pull the data down and then email it to me. Really irritating, but hey, no problem. It is what it is, right? Well, there it was, huh? They couldn't get over the top of that thing, and the sell-off I was looking for happened the moment I got in the shower. That figures. Jesus. Right down to both VWAPs, a price check at aisle 3, settlement, and under the IB. So, what does any of that mean? Well, I VWAP to VPOC. After that big sell-off, though, that's kind of hard to take, isn't it? And it's buried down in here, but if you notice, right there is the previous close. So that's the wick test, right down to the end of that body. Now there's 5 to 8, so that would have been a scale. I'd be honest with you, I just can't bring myself to go long on a situation like that. So I guess that's my problem. Oops, I'm busy looking at the wrong damn chart. Sorry about that. Yeah, what I'm saying is we came down right down here to both VWAPs, previous close, previous VPOC or wick, price check at aisle 3, and whatever this is, I think open. No, our the previous, VWAP, EVWAP. I would just not be able to go long, even though this is a structured trade, VWAPs to VPOC. At this point, what I was talking about over here was we pull right down to this, right down to this area here, and will we go down through it again? It looks like there's the official price check at aisle 3. And is developing value area low pretty close, and the mid pretty close. Uh-oh, here they come. Now they're going to mess around and bring down the, very easily. Bring that VPOC back down there. They've got 1,000 contracts to go here. We got 7,100 up here where we are. And, 2,000, call me a liar. And 5,000 contracts down here. Pretty easy. Pretty easy drop, I would think, in this market. Lots of levels down here, though. Kind of clogging up the water. Muddying up the water. That's the bottom of that larger, lower distribution from yesterday. Right here. So we're under settle. That thing is red. Yes, it is. And we're approaching the mid. Both mids, actually. Previous ETH, RTH, developing value area low at this moment. A lot of volume packing in there. However, volume has been building above these levels, and that seems, by definition, that means that traders find those fair prices. This thing is really stupid. Well, there's one hell of a hard line across that top, isn't there? That doesn't seem at all like a finished, finished business up there. Meaning nothing because we're trending down, but it just doesn't seem like it's exactly right. And now we got a whole bunch of this going on down here. In my opinion, that's always a signal. I always assume that that means we're going to break through there. How many times are you going to hit that low before you go? However, that's just beating on developing value area low. and all this low volume down here. So, yeah. I think I'm going to get ready for the bank. I have to get ready for the bank, much as I do not want to. Well, again, flat tops and flat tops and flat bottoms, huh? Right on that developing value area low. Boy. I guess I was watching that one fairly correctly. Again, just walked out and walked back in, but well. I'm not quite sure what this market's doing here, but I got here a little bit late, looks like. Now I got to go out to the bank at the top of the hour. Last few days it really sucked. All right, so wish me luck. I'm off to the bank for historical statement data. Jesus, what a hassle. Well, that's incredible. I had it wound down too low. I was thinking it was real tight here, but this is damn near 10 handles. And it's just held right off of this support level and jumped straight up. Huh. Wow. I think I'm going to go to the bank before I do something stupid and enter a trade here. Well, that's a miracle that worked so quick. I can't believe it, actually. We'll see if it actually works, but supposedly they've emailed me the info, which is what I was looking for. Now what the hell's happened? Okay, we did the bounce off the bottom and the bounce off the top. I'm trying to figure out what the hell to do here. Okay. Now what are they doing? Up we go. Up we go, down we go, up we go. Well, they've been just flying back and forth across this value area in a pretty orderly fashion. Oh, we haven't taken the IB low yet. And that IB continuation never did materialize, turned into an IB failure. Damn. Damn. Coming into the power hour with a vengeance here, huh? Damn, I wanted to get that switch. And I would be a little hesitant to go short here because it's kind of in the middle of no place. Talk on it. $15 since I said, well, it looks like it's going to turn around. Jesus Christ. The power hour, whatever that means. Yeah, so, boy, this thing is stupid. Uh-oh. Erp. That's not very reassuring price action there, I don't think. And of course, it'll turn around and sell off 1,000,000 points, but, you know. The hell? Hmm. But this VPOC stuff's enough to make you dizzy, isn't it? It's like a square dance. We're getting a tighter pattern here, you know. Higher lows, flat tops. I think they call that a bull. No, a bear flag? Don't know. I'm not a big pattern kind of guy, but I mean, stop and think about what's happening here. The rotations are getting smaller and smaller, and the tops are holding almost flat, almost exactly on the wicks. Oops. Sorry. There you go. Right at this level. I would suspect that it's coiling up to do something, but what? That's the problem. That's a big what. The big what in the sky. Uh-huh. And now we're back on. You can see it on here too, actually. You know, in these lows. The highs are holding right smack dab on this where the VPOC used to be, which is the previous close. Pretty funny, huh? This entire day will have happened, and we will have not moved one tick if it closed right here. Just nothing but pure speculation, having nothing to do with the value of an S&P. That's typical behavior for waiting for something. What are these guys waiting for? What's tomorrow's reports? Oh, Friday, look at all this. Oh, so we got the core PCE at 7:30, Michigan number at 9, And then some talking feds and the counts, rig counts, etc. So they're going to pop it up. Pop a top. Pop a top for me. Boot scooting music. The Beacon, streaking at the Beacon in Casper, Wyoming, or the Cowboy Bar in Jackson Hole, or the Long Branch in Livingston, Montana. I grew up on a ranch in Montana, halfway between Livingston and Bozeman, and our summer ranch was right outside of Yellowstone Park West Gate there at West Yellowstone, up the Gallen Valley. Pretty cool way to grow up. Oh, sorry about that, Antonio. I just saw your chat, your post, or whatever. Yeah, I took a scratch by poor trade management and had about 200 and something bucks, 20, 18, 19 ticks in it. And then, and then ended up taking a scratch. So I'm not doing a hell of a lot better. What I answered your text there, Antonio, in case you're around. Try just vetting one particular setup and only trade that, whether it's mean reversion or one of the IV ones, something simple. Stay the hell away from the VPOC migration. We talked about that yesterday. Rod just was talking about, I don't know whether you're here or not, but he was talking about vetting a new setup, which is when price comes down, reverses back off a trend, and then comes through the mid, goes back up and tests the mid, in this case from the bottom up, then it's a short south. Let me see if I can, oh yeah, I can. Never mind. I keep forgetting I can share stuff here now. So, whoops. Here's Harry and Rod talking about it. And Rod is talking about, if you remember way back a year or two ago when Pre was around, I don't know whatever happened to that guy. I don't remember Harry being here then, but in the TLab then. But anyway, here is the trade Rod took. I think. Oh, I guess I'm wrong. I was thinking it was a different setup. Because here's his short. Well, that's certainly not. When you test up to the mid from below, there's the mid. And 50, well, just barely didn't stop out. And then got his scale and got his target. He's good at that. That doesn't make sense, though, I'm sorry to say. We broke out of a trend configuration, sold past the mid and reverted back to the mid. Short entry. But that's not what happened. Here's the mid. Here's his entry. This is before the retrace. I was thinking his entry was here, retraced back up to it. Maybe there's more to this chart than meets the eye over here, I guess. Anyway. There you go, Antonio. And what are we doing now, boys and girls? Well, we're just rotating back and forth and up and down and all around. Do-si-do. Do-si-do your corner, do-si-do your own. And let's all Alaman with that sweet corner gal singing, oh, Johnny, oh. That's a square dance. By golly. Funny how some shit you heard when you were 9, 10 years, 11 years old and sticks in your mind, for 55 years. It's incredible. And then some fact or something you want to remember about work or business or school or something, and you can't remember it from the time you opened your book in the morning till you got to the test 2 hours later. How does that work? Shit. I was on mute. Sorry about that. I was busy doing hard right edge stuff. What I was saying is what's going to happen now? You know, you can look back through the day and see 1,000 sweet opportunities for multiple points when you're looking in the rearview mirror. What's going to happen right there now? Do you know? Is it going to come down and test all these lows and take off the other way, or is it going to sell straight through them after it's hit the bottom so many times, and now they're going to take it down? How about there? Is that going to be just a retest and down? What's this mean? And now here we go again. Are we going to go up? Are we going to go down? Are we gonna come right up here and make a new high? Or are we gonna find exhaustion and revert back? If you look at the majority of the day, at first sell-off for responsive selling, I guess, put in the low, and we haven't looked back at that IB low since. Lower highs, lower lows. Does that mean it's going to go back down? Rotate back down to the middle? Hey, Panda. Big stretch, big stretch, yeah. So I don't know. I guess I'll be satisfied with my one tick. But hey, that's better than no ticks or minus ticks, I guess. And the developing value area high is good for a scale. And maybe if they take it on up, then great. We have not really had an IB continuation all day. The first move that took the IB statistic traded up something I can't read. 57.54, I guess. No, that can't be. What the hell is that? 57.79 over here. Traded up here. Double top and then down, and IB failure and haven't gotten close till now. Now we're down under it. Well, we were down under it. Now we came back through it again. So what are they? I don't. Who knows? It's and this in the power hour at 2:30. 30 minutes left in the session. To take that IB, I question whether those early locations have as much authority. Typically, they say that if the market trades out of the initial balance, that is a higher time frame at work. Typically, they're in the morning and then late in the evening. They don't participate too much, I don't think, during the day. we'll have the MOCs at 1450. Quite a bit of selling there. Well, this is not good, Mom. So they said they emailed me the shit, and now it hasn't got to my email. What do I do now? Well, I've been waiting now for 2 hours. Well, we've got about 34, 44, 15 minutes to the 50 hour. Here's our W. Is that going to be a reversal and they're going to go back up? Who knows? Well, whoop, sorry about that. Wrong screen. I get too busy thinking about something, and I forget to switch these back and forth. Got to sharpen up my presentation skills here if I'm going to be a multi-million-dollar. If I'm going to get that that wrapped Lambo, I better tighten it up. That's for sure. Well, we're at a support level here for sure. And this happens to be settlement, of course. Guess I don't need to point that out. It's just bouncing around between unchanged plus 0.25 minus 0.25. I mean 0.01, sorry. And this stupid other thing isn't working at all. MOC's in about 10. But I didn't do something by mistake there just now. Boy, that's dumb. What's it doing? Down to the VWAPs, huh? 5 minutes to the MOCs. And 15 minutes until tam time. No, 20, 17 minutes. Well, there we go. We got absorption up and absorption down, and the MOC's coming right up. I thought there was a crosshair thing somewhere. It's not. I thought this thing had a crosshair deal on it. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, I see the problem. I see the problem exactly. Oh, there we go. Oh, right on settlement. They're pretty fixated on this, I guess. Panda what? What are you singing for, Panda? Hmm? What are you singing for, my little panda danda? Why don't you go be a sleepy kid like Lucky? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Better stop running between my feet. Wow, look at it fall. I didn't even notice that. I was looking up at the top screens doing something. That's pretty amazing. Back to the open. Now we are looking at this possibility of another MOC drop here. I can't get my head around the scale and keeping up with the scale here. There's 10 handles. Remember, this is the close from yesterday at 57.55. That will ensure that this market it did absolutely nothing except chop up a bunch of people. Disappoint a lot of people. Two minutes till that cash close. And the sun sets on another trading extravaganza. Here's our open this morning. And that's the previous RTH low. So we got a couple minutes here till tam time, and then I'll kill the stream as usual and be back at 0800 in the morning. That's pretty funny. That entire day of trading is going to close unless they make some kind of maneuver here right at the very end. Going to close essentially right where it started. A little bit of traction to the downside, but not much. With that absorption, they ought to take it up. And there's the cash close right there. So we still have the curb trade and then the close at 1600, but there we are, straight up at the open. That's pretty funny. That entire day went exactly no place. That is what you call speculation, boys and girls, not having anything to do with value or any of those philosophies that many guys try to talk about trading. So tomorrow morning at 0800. Have a great night. Get some physical exercise. Get away from the screens. Enjoy your family or whatever it is that you enjoy besides trading. And clear your mind, clear your perspective. Have a great night, and I'll be back in the morning.